Chapter 3179. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Since you're so sincere in your request, I'll give you a chance. Wu Hung gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and say, I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai spread his arms. I want half of this planet's territory. He spoke casually as if he was asking for half a cake. The veins on Wu Hang's forehead bulged as he said word by word, wishful thinking. Not to mention that with Wu Hang's pride and self-esteem, he wouldn't agree to such a harsh condition. If he really gave him half of the planet's territory, he would completely lose control of the great, desolate planet's territory. By then, wouldn't he be at his mercy? How could he do something like digging his own grave? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, it'll be gone. Wu Hung suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head. That's impossible. Friend, please change your proposal. Yang Kai spread his hands. Then there's nothing to talk about. He turned around and was about to leave. Wu Hung hurriedly said, To show my sincerity, I can give you a cultivation star as compensation for your loss. Of course, he couldn't give up half of the planet's territory. But if it was just a cultivation star, it wouldn't hurt his foundation. In the great, desolate planet's territory, there were many cultivation stars. One less wouldn't make much of a difference. Yang Kai paused and looked back at him. Really? Wu Hung was slightly stunned and nodded. That's right. Yang Kai said, Then I want the cultivation star where the Netherworld sect is located. Wu Hung didn't even think about it. Okay. He paused and said, From today onwards, the Netherworld planet belongs to you. The Netherworld sect was basically wiped out. Even if there were still people left, they were just some cultivator who couldn't be shown in public. As the master of the great, desolate planet's territory, no one could object to Wu Heng's decision. Moreover, if he gave it to him, could he take it away? That was a cultivation star, not a clump of dirt. Wu Hung just casually suggested it. He didn't expect the other party to actually agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, Then I'll have to ask Brother Wu to show me the way so that I can take a look at my own territory. As he spoke, he secretly communicated with his avatar and had it slow down its devouring speed. Apparently, Wu Hung also sensed something and took a deep look at Yang Kai. Although he didn't know how he did it, it was obvious that he could control the origin of the stars in the Hung Luo star field, even though he was in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. It was truly extremely strange. As the Lord of the Star Territory, he did not have this ability. If he entered the Hung Luo star field, it would be difficult for him to communicate with it, let alone control the origin of the Great Desolate Star Territory. As the pressure on the other side suddenly decreased, Wu Hung immediately had the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. However, this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment, because he had a better plan. Please hold back a little more of your power. Otherwise, I won't be able to split my attention to send you over, Wu Hung said, looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and communicated with his avatar again. As expected, the pressure from the Hung Luo star field decreased a lot again. Yang Kai suddenly said with a vigilant look, You won't take this opportunity to attack me, right? Wu Hung looked calm. If you don't trust me, then I have nothing to say. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Forget it. Just send me over first. As you wish. Wu Hung nodded slightly and pointed with his hand. Immediately, a void corridor appeared behind Yang Kai, leading to the depths of the star territory. Yang Kai looked into the corridor and shook his head. Bad omen, a very bad omen. Wu Heng's eyes twitched. You still don't trust me. Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Yang Kai said seriously, wrong. What's wrong? Wu Hung asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Yang Kai said this, Wu Hung clearly felt the pressure from the Hung Luo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day." "Bastard!" Wu Hung cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Yang Kai, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Yang Kai had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huangquan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hung Luo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai was able to control the origin of the Hung Luo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the great desolate star territory, the origin connection with the Hung Luo star field would definitely weaken or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Yang Kai. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Yang Kai was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hung Luo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Yang Kai? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hung Luo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster, and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect and was no worse than the water moon star of the Hung Luo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now, the ones left on Huangquan star were just a bunch of weaklings, with only a few origin kings remaining. Yang Kai stepped out of the void corridor and arrived directly above Yellow Spring Star. Looking around, he examined his surroundings and was extremely satisfied. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to put his plan into action. First, he flew around Yellow Spring Star for a while before he landed on a large mountain. This mountain was towering and filled with rich world energy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. There were countless birds and beasts roaming about, and there were also several secluded cultivator caves, all of which were protected by powerful spirit arrays. Obviously, there were people cultivating here, but Yang Kai didn't know if they were from the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these things and went directly to the highest peak. With a flip of his hand, a long-incised bead appeared in his palm. The sealed world bead. This was a trophy Yang Kai obtained from the Star Emperor sect. Tracing back tens of thousands of years, it was a treasure that Yang Yan had brought from the star boundary. According to Yang Yan, this was a treasure that one of her friends had refined. Because Yang Kai, like that person, cultivated the space divine technique, Yang Yan left it to Yang Kai. After so many years, the sealed world bead had left many indelible brand marks in Yang Kai's growth, and had helped him a lot on many occasions. The sealed world bead had long been one with him, and it was one of his most important cards. His plan this time was very simple. He would use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour cultivation stars and repair the damaged small sealed world. This was a sudden idea, and Yang Kai didn't even know if it could be realized. But with the precedent of the Hung Luo star field devouring, Yang Kai felt that this plan was very feasible. The Hung Luo star field was a world, and since it could become the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and devour another world, the sealed world bead could naturally do the same. The sealed world bead was also a world, and fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from the Hung Luo star field. The only difference was that it was bigger than the Hung Luo star field. If the sealed world bead was a small world, then the hung luo star field was a medium world, and the star boundary was a great world. Worlds could devour each other. The cultivation stars in the star territory were also small worlds. The yellow spring star, as one of these countless small worlds, was the target that Yong-kai planned to use the sealed world bead to devour. If he succeeded, the small sealed world was very likely to be repaired, and it could even be improved to the next level. At that time, with embodiment driving the hung luo star field on the outside, and him using the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside, the great desolate star territory would definitely be plagued by both external and internal threats. Wu Hung would also be tired of dealing with them, and after a long time, killing him would not be a problem. After calming down and deducing the feasibility of this plan, Yong-kai suddenly looked solemn and flicked his finger, sending the small sealed world flying. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the sealed world bead with his mind, transforming it into the world will of the small sealed world. Suddenly, Yong-kai's vision changed, as if his body had become the small sealed world. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. When he communicated with the hung luo star field source, he also had a similar feeling, as if his whole body had turned into the world will, becoming its spokesperson. Using the small sealed world as a medium, Yong-kai unhurriedly urged the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method. He had similar experience before, so he was familiar with all this without the slightest hesitation. The sealed world bead immediately released a strange aura, an aura that could devour all things in the world. Wherever the sealed world bead passed, the void collapsed and melted, revealing a dark void crack, like a piece of delicious food that had been cut off by someone. Sure enough, it works. Yong-kai was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately understood that his previous guess was not wrong. The original space in the void crack had obviously been swallowed by the small sealed world because Yong-kai clearly felt that there was something extra inside the small sealed world. Yong-kai didn't know the name of Yang Yan's friend, but his methods were heaven-defying, and he was able to refine an entire world to form the sealed world bead. Yong-kai's actions at this moment were definitely better than that person's. For a long time, the sealed world bead's role for Yong-kai had been to store people, plant spirit flowers and plants, or to avoid being hunted down. Its biggest function was to pull enemies into the small sealed world and fight them to the death. However, since Yong-kai had the ability to pull enemies into the small sealed world and use the world force to crush them, he could probably win with his own ability, so this function was a bit useless. But from today onwards, the sealed world bead might be able to play a bigger and more powerful role. Yong-kai could not wait to see the final results. Chapter 3180. The sealed world bead, which had turned into the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, gave off a dark glow, as if the entire bead had turned into a black hole. This black hole was only the size of a longan fruit when it first appeared, but it rapidly expanded as it fell. By the time it reached the ground, it was already about 1 kilometer in diameter. This was the limit of what Yong-kai could summon. It could barely be regarded as the territory of the sealed world bead. Silently, a huge hole was melted into the ground. The vegetation disappeared, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Everything was swallowed into the sealed world bead. It was not until 100 kilometers underground that Yong-kai's heart stirred. The sealed world bead rose up leisurely, flew out of the ground, and flew off into the distance. At first glance, a black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer was moving across the ground like a living creature. Wherever it passed, everything disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a long rift valley appeared under the spirit peak. The black hole hit the belly of a mountain not far away and immediately penetrated it, creating a large hole through which one could see the scenery on the other side. The mountain peak shook, and a figure flew out from the belly of the mountain. His face was covered in dust, and he shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." This person had just been meditating in his secluded home when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of the sealed world bead being swallowed. Thinking that a powerful enemy had invaded, He immediately ran out to investigate. His cultivation was not high, only second-order origin returning realm. But on today's Yellow Spring Star, he could be considered an outstanding cultivator and rarely met a worthy opponent. So he was quite confident in his words. But in the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared blankly at the black hole moving across the ground below. He felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is that? It has such terrifying power. He saw with his own eyes that everything in the path of this black hole turned into nothingness, as if even space itself was being swallowed up. A number of figures rushed out from various peaks, obviously having been disturbed in their cultivation, just like this person. Soon, all of them discovered the existence of the sealed world bead and stared at it dumbfoundedly, exchanging divine senses with one another, none of them able to come up with an explanation, although they had been cultivating for a long time and had a lot of experience. What they had seen and heard was beyond their imagination. There's someone over there. Do you guys recognize him? The first cultivator who appeared suddenly noticed the existence of Yang Kai and asked while pointing at him. Everyone looked over and shook their heads. Could it be that he's doing something evil? Who is this? He doesn't look familiar. Is it an elder of the Netherworld sect? Should we go up and ask? If you want to go, then go. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. After a series of excuses, it was still the first man who took the task of communicating with Yang Kai. He cautiously flew towards the place where Yang Kai was, cupped his fists, and said, I am Wu Zimin. Greetings, master. May I know your name, master? Yang Kai looked up at him. What's the matter? Wu Zimin was nervous. Although he was frightened, he still had some courage. He said, Master, may I ask, how did we offend you? Yang Kai supported his cheek with his hand and said calmly, You didn't offend me. Wu Zimin's face turned bitter. Since you didn't offend me, why are you doing this, master? What's the problem? Wu Zimin said, My and my friend's cave residences are right here. How can our cave residences be safe when master uses such a technique? If this goes on, we won't be able to protect this spiritual mountain. Before he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. One of the cave residences had been devoured. His face was bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Even the mountain where the cave resided began to collapse. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, What does this have to do with me? Wu Zimin pleaded, Master, please stop the divine technique, quickly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No, not only am I going to eat this spiritual mountain, but I'm also going to eat the entire Yellow Springs planet. Ah, Wu Zimin opened his mouth wide with a blank face. If there's nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone recently. Yang Kai waved his hand and shooed him away like a fly. Wu Zimin's face turned green and red. He hesitated and said, Master, you're not from the Yellow Springs sect? You're from the Yellow Springs sect. Your whole family is from the Yellow Springs sect. Wu Zimin said, Master, since you know this planet is called the Yellow Springs planet, do you know how powerful the Yellow Springs sect is? He was still hoping to use the Yellow Springs sect's reputation to deter Yang Kai and make him retreat. Yang Kai laughed. I've already destroyed the Yellow Springs sect. Impossible. Go, don't be noisy. Yang Kai waved his hand, and Wu Zimin felt a strong wind blowing at his face. He lost his balance and was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. Asterisk Kong, long. Asterisk another mountain collapsed. This time it was because the mountain's foundation was swallowed by the black hole and had lost its support. Wu Zimin fixed his eyes and felt his heart bleed. That spirit peak was where his secluded cave mansion was located, and now that it had collapsed, his secluded cave mansion was definitely gone as well. Wu Zimin turned his head and glared at Yang Kai angrily, but he didn't dare to say anything. What should we do? The cultivator had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Wu Zimin pondered for a while and said decisively This person is powerful. We're no match for him. Let's go to the Yellow Springs sect and report this." As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. The Yellow Springs sect was the highest existence on the Yellow Springs planet. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yellow Springs sect with Wu Zimin. After shooing away the flies, Yan Kai continued to activate the sealed world bead. Wherever the black hole passed, it was unstoppable. In less than a day, the continuous spiritual mountain was swallowed up, leaving only a huge basin in its place. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would be able to move mountains and overturn seas. But they would have to use extremely powerful divine abilities to barely be able to do so. Who would have the ability to make a spiritual mountain disappear silently in a single day? After swallowing such a spiritual mountain, Yan Kai clearly felt that the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead expanded a little. In other words, its territory had increased. The larger the territory of the small sealed world bead increased the efficiency of the devouring process. After a day of experimentation, Yan Kai confirmed his conjecture. At this point, he no longer hesitated and flew off into the distance. Below him, the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead was like a rolling black ball, plowing a deep gully in the ground. In this gully, what was missing was not only the earth of the Yellow Springs sect, but also its principles and world energy. Such a gully would never be able to be restored. In the wilderness, a starship with a striking skull symbol was approaching. It was Yellow Springs sect starship, but this starship's grade wasn't very high, only origin returning grade. In order to invade the Hung Luo star field, Yellow Springs sect had mobilized almost all of its forces, from the sect master to the disciples. More than 90% of them had gone, leaving only 10% to guard the sect on Yellow Springs star. A few days ago, Wu Zimin and the others went to Yellow Springs sect and finally met with a steward of Yellow Springs sect. They reported what they had seen, but the steward didn't take it to heart and didn't report it. In recent days, more and more people came to Yellow Springs sect and reported that a terrifying person had appeared on Yellow Springs star. That person was controlling a black ball and was devouring the earth. Wherever it passed, whether it was the wilderness, mountains, deserts, or even cities and sects, everything was devoured by the black ball. Nothing remained. Only then did Yellow Springs sect realize that the situation was not good. The elder who stayed behind immediately gathered people and prepared to meet the perpetrator. The starship was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yellow Springs sect when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, like thunder rolling across the earth. What happened? Inside the starship, an old man asked. It was the elder who stayed behind to guard Yellow Springs sect. Immediately, a disciple projected images of the outside world into the starship. In their field of vision, a hair-raising scene suddenly appeared. In the distance, a young man was flying over, and 1,000 feet below him, a huge black ball was moving. The black ball crushed the earth, leaving an indelible mark. The mark stretched for an unknown distance, as if a wound had appeared on the earth. It's him. Wu Zimin cried out in horror. It had only been a few days, so how could he forget this person's face? Only now did he know that he was not an alarmist when he said that he would devour the entire Yellow Springs star. That's the black ball that devours everything. The elder's eyes also widened. Although he had received a lot of reports in the past few days, it was hard to imagine that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was not wrong. That black ball was indeed terrifying. The place where the darkness enveloped was completely devoured. Not good, he's coming towards us. A disciple cried out in horror. Get out of the way. The elder shouted. Although he had not truly fought with Yan Kai and had only seen an image, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Regardless of the gap in their cultivations, just that black ball alone made the elder feel extremely uneasy. If he was contaminated by that black hole, he would not be able to escape and would be devoured. It's too fast, we can't dodge. The disciple's voice was already filled with tears. As he spoke, a figure had already brushed past the battleship, flying away as fast as lightning. He did not even look at the battleship, as if it was nothing. The black ball also rolled past the starship. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard the ground shake behind them, as if something had collapsed. Turning around, the elder cried out in grief, "Don't!" This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yellow Spring sect. Although the starship was lucky not to be devoured by the black ball, the Yellow Spring sect, which stood on the ground, was not able to avoid it. The black ball rolled past the Yellow Spring sect and split it in half, with a large piece missing from the middle. The so-called sect-protecting array could not resist for even a moment before collapsing. "Oh, this is the Yellow Spring sect." Yang Kai glanced back. "Then we'll have to take good care of it." Thus, everyone on the starship soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The black ball actually returned and rolled several times inside the Yellow Spring sect. After a few breaths, the Yellow Spring sect was gone. Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world. Large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the black sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the black sphere because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation. But they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Spring star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Spring star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Spring sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on this stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful, but what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Spring star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this stars that the Yellow Spring sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace at this moment. The entire Yellow Springs star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Spring star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. "How troublesome!" Yang Kai muttered as he hovered above Yellow Spring star and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Yang Kai had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the St. King realm on the Yellow Springs star could escape if the situation turned bad. But how could the cultivator below the St. King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Yang Kai simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world, bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? but there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Spring star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Which cultivation star could accommodate so many creatures at once? After thinking about it carefully, why should he set them free? In any case, he had no intention of killing them, so he might as well let them live in the sealed world bead and perish on their own. In a world, only when all living things competed could it produce an endless stream of vitality. Perhaps these creatures could bring unexpected changes to the sealed world bead in the future, improving the world principles of the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the sealed world bead did not reject the arrival of these hundreds of millions of creatures. On the contrary, it seemed to be accepting them. Another point was that he had established the High Heaven Palace in the star boundary. Such a huge sect required an endless stream of new blood, and this new blood was naturally the newly recruited disciples. Where could he recruit them? Although the Northern Territory was filled with talented people who could know the background of every newly recruited disciple. However, these creatures in the sealed world bead were different. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai accepted them to live in it. He could see through their hearts with a single thought. He could choose some disciples with good temperament and aptitude from among these hundreds of millions of creatures and cultivate them from a young age. In this way, he would not have to worry about the loyalty of these cultivated disciples to the High Heaven Palace. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. It felt like an unintentional willow growing in shade. When trouble turned into a good thing, Yang Kai's mood naturally improved. After carefully inspecting the sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that there had indeed been a great change. The entire outer layer of Yellow Spring star had been swallowed, and everything that had been swallowed had been replenished into the sealed world bead. The damaged parts of the sealed world bead were almost completely repaired. The area of the entire sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Although the original sealed world bead was not small, how could it compare to the entire Yellow Spring star? Although the two were both small worlds, there was still a huge gap between them. If Yellow Spring star was a small world in a strict sense, then the world inside the sealed world bead could only be regarded as a small world. Now, the sealed world bead had grown a lot after the snake swallowed the elephant. Suddenly, a flash of insight flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he vaguely grasped something. The sealed world bead was also artificially refined from a small world. Since others could refine the sealed world bead, why couldn't he upgrade and transform it? Yang Kai did not feel that he was much worse than others, and the gains and comprehensions he gained from upgrading, transforming, and constructing a new world weren't something that could be obtained through closed-door cultivation. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the power of the world, and the power of the world was the key to becoming a great emperor. Thinking so, Yang Kai could not help but scratch his cheeks in excitement, becoming more and more convinced of the idea in his heart. After devouring the surface of Yellow Spring star, the territory of the small sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Originally, the black sphere was only about 1 kilometer in diameter, but now it was more than 10 kilometers in diameter. The expansion of the small sealed world bead's territory meant that the efficiency of devouring would increase, which also meant that Yang Kai's transformation of the small sealed world bead would be faster. Yellow Spring star had been destroyed, so Yang Kai was preparing to set off towards a nearby star when he suddenly felt something and stared at the huge black sphere with a strange expression. He actually felt a sense of longing from the black sphere. His brow furrowed as he muttered in disbelief, "No way!" He had obtained the sealed world bead many years ago, but it was nothing more than an inanimate object with a decent purpose. Even if it claimed to be a small world inside, it was still an inanimate object. But at this moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed something different, and when he thought of the joy of the small sealed world bead after it accepted hundreds of millions of creatures, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had made a huge profit this time. "As you wish," Yonkai laughed as he controlled the huge black sphere and rushed towards the remaining half of Yellow Spring Star. Since the sealed world bead did not dislike these stars that were as bare as meteorites, how could he dislike them? In any case, it would just take some time. Large meteorites became medium meteorites became small meteorites, Yonkai, and the black sphere flew around Yellow Spring Star again and again. And every time they did so, Yellow Spring Star would shrink a little. It was a very strange scene, as if there was a mouth of a god eating Yellow Spring Star and swallowing it into its stomach. In the end, the entire Yellow Springs Star disappeared. When the entire Yellow Spring Star was swallowed up, a change suddenly occurred in the small sealed world bead that caught Yonkai off guard. At the same time, Wu Heng, who was still resisting the endless darkness at the edge of the great, desolate star territory, changed his expression and hurriedly sent a part of his consciousness into his knowledge, to observe the star. He seemed to have felt that something was missing just now, but when he took a closer look, he found nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he stared at a certain spot on the star in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible!" He had been the master of the great, desolate star territory for many years, and knew the entire territory like the back of his hand. He also knew which stars were where, but at this moment he clearly discovered that one of the stars had disappeared from his own star. The name of that star was Yellow Spring Star. 3 months ago, he sent Yonkai to Yellow Spring Star with the intention of killing him, but unexpectedly he fell into a dilemma. Not only did he fail to kill Yonkai, but he was also trapped here by Yonkai's tricks. He was unable to move and had no time to spare. Over the past 3 months, he had been fighting against the encroaching darkness and could not spare any attention to investigate Yonkai's movements. However, in his opinion, Yonkai had nothing more than gone to Yellow Spring Star to vent his anger and kill the people of Yellow Spring Sect. Other than that, what else could he do? For him, this was not a big deal and was not worth too much attention. Yellow Spring Sect was in its twilight years, and even if Yonkai did not wreak havoc, it would not last long. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of the Yellow Springs Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, Yonkai would give him such a big surprise? He did not know what method Yonkai used to make the entire Yellow Spring Star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen. Just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring. It was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Springs Star go? He was the master of the Yellow Springs Star's territory and controlled the star territory source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the great, desolate star territory. The disappearance of Yellow Springs Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Springs Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted. But the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star. Chapter 3182. What the hell is this? Yonkai hovered in the void, pinching his chin with one hand as he stared in front of him in amazement. The huge black sphere formed by the small sealed world was right in front of him. But at this moment, this black sphere had actually opened a big mouth. It was really a big mouth, and an extremely terrifying one at that. When the mouth opened, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers, like a huge void crack. Not only that, but the mouth was also filled with sharp fangs, and when the fangs opened and closed, they made a crunching sound, as if they could bite anything in the world. Even Yonkai felt a little creeped out when he saw this. When the small sealed world swallowed the entire Yellow Spring Star, The black sphere wriggled violently and transformed into this appearance. Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. How did his sealed world bead become like this? No, strictly speaking, the sealed world bead hadn't changed much. It was still just a Longan-sized bead. What had changed was the sealed world beads. Devourer, territory. What kind of monster had he raised by using the entire Yellow Springs star as nourishment? Yes, the sealed world beads, Devourer, territory, looked like a monster at first glance. It was rolling, had a huge black body and no facial features, only a big mouth full of fangs. It was extremely ugly and ferocious. World's will. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. The information transmitted from the small sealed world became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai actually felt desire and hunger from it. Was this the manifestation of the small sealed world's will? Or perhaps it should be called an artifact spirit. The sealed world bead was originally just an emperor artifact without a consciousness, but at this moment it seemed to have a life of its own. This black sphere monster, which was so huge that even when he transformed into a dragon race, he felt insignificant, should be the sealed world bead's artifact spirit. Its consciousness wasn't obvious and was just in a budding state, instinctively wanting to devour more. The big mouth and fangs were the manifestation of this artifact spirit's instincts. Huh. Yang Kai laughed and suddenly remembered the little black dog with the bloodline of return to ruins that he had left in the High Heaven Palace. Why did all those who were related to him seem to have the ability to devour? The black puppy was like this, and so was the sealed world bead. Needless to say, the Dharmakaya was like this as well. It was unknown whether it was the will of the heavens or fate. However, the devouring of the Dharmakaya and the sealed world bead was somewhat different from the black puppy's devouring. The former two relied on the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique to devour, while the black puppy relied on its innate divine technique to devour. However, in the end, it was all for the sake of strengthening itself. Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Did Wukong see the return to ruins? That was why he created the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy based on the characteristics of return to ruins. If that was the case, it would explain why they were so similar. Kacha! The sound of moving teeth kept ringing out, as if urging Yang Kai to do something. Okay, I'll take you to the next place. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked around. It was not a bad thing that the sealed world bead had a vague will. Every world had its own will. The heavens could not be seen or touched, but it affected the reproduction and survival of all living things. The sealed world bead having such an opportunity would be of great benefit to its future growth. But where should I go now? The territory of the sealed world bead was vast, and if he did not find the right direction, it was likely that he would waste a lot of time on the road. Got it. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. His body flashed, and he stood on top of the black sphere, sat down cross-legged, and waved his hand. Let's go! The black sphere seemed to be able to sense his order. It did not need to be controlled at all and took the initiative to fly in that direction. Moreover, its speed was very fast. As it flew, its teeth clattered up and down, leaving a ferocious sound along the way. It was not for no reason that it chose this direction. It was because many of the Yellow Springs star cultivator had fled in this direction before. Yang Kai did not know the distribution of cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. But how could these natives not know? Since they were going in this direction, it meant that there were other cultivation stars in this direction. A man and a black sphere drifted in the star field, heading towards an unknown destination. This scene was indescribably strange. The darkness that could devour stars seemed to have no effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned into a carrier to bear his weight. He stretched out his hand and patted the new mount under his butt. It was soft to the touch, as if he was touching a cloud. It did not match its ferocious appearance. In fact, if it did not clatter its teeth all the time and kept its mouth shut, it would look charmingly naive. However, it had just been born, and its instinct to devour made it constantly gnaw. Young Kai was too lazy to stop it. I have to give you a name. I can't just call you a black sphere, Black Spear. Yang Kai stroked his chin and mumbled to himself. Just like Lu Yen, her original body was nothing more than a crafting furnace. Only after she was given a name could her life be considered complete. I got it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and said, From now on, you will be called Rolling. After rolling past the Yellow Spring Star, the Yellow Spring Star would be completely devoured. The name Rolling was quite appropriate. Kacha! Her teeth clattered, making crisp sounds. You think it's good, too, right? Then it's settled. Yang Kai was all smiles. He felt that he was really a genius at naming. He clapped his hands and put on a distressed expression. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Return to Ruins will be called Little Black. With a single thought, he gave the infamous Return to Ruins in the demon territory a new name that could not be denied. He wondered what the demon kings and demon emperors would think when they found out. Rolling, let's go. Yang Kai pointed his finger, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, dancing with excitement. Kacha! Rolling, devour! Kacha! Along the way, they encountered a few huge asteroids. Rolling crushed all of them, opened its mouth, and swallowed them into its belly before throwing them into the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Rolling did not like the taste of these asteroids very much. If the previous Yellow Spring Star was compared to a plate of delicious food, then these few asteroids were pickles that were simply difficult to swallow. After several times, when they encountered asteroids wandering in the star field again, Rolling no longer had the interest to devour them. Even some dead stars could not arouse its interest. However, when Yang Kai did not direct it, it took the initiative to change direction several times, as if it had a keen sense of smell and could smell the delicious aroma of food. Yang Kai did not stop it. A month later, his guess was confirmed. A star that was not much smaller than Yellow Spring Star appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and even if it did not land, Yang Kai could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary cultivation star. Rolling could indeed tell where a cultivation star was. On Wild Wave Star, the entire stars were facing a great enemy. Countless creatures looked up at the sky. Since a few days ago, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, lying between the Wild Wave Star and the sun. At first, not many people paid attention to it, but as the days passed, the small black dot grew bigger and bigger. Today, it actually covered the entire sun, causing the Wild Wave Star to fall into darkness, as if a solar eclipse was coming, and all living things were restless. An inexplicable sense of crisis was growing in everyone's heart. Even the sea was undulating, swaying unsteadily. Almost 80% of Wild Wave Star's territory was covered by seawater. Large and small islands were like chess pieces on a chessboard, turning into space for Wild Wave Star's creatures to stand on. This was a world dominated by the Sea Clan. The living space for humans and monster race on this stars was extremely narrow. Looking up at the darkness that blocked the sun, many Sea Clan members could not help but recall a rumor that had been circulating in the past month. When the black ball rolled over, everything would be swallowed up and nothing would exist. The origin of this rumor came from some humans who had fled here. According to those people, they came from the Yellow Spring Star. A terrifying demon had arrived on the Yellow Spring Star, driving a black ball that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, and swallowed the entire Yellow Spring Star. The Sea Clan had always boasted of their nobility, looking down on humans and monster race. They felt that these fellows born on land were extremely despicable, let alone a few refugees who had fled here. None of the Sea Clan members took these rumors seriously. However, these rumors spread very quickly. In less than a month, more than half of the Sea Clan members on Wild Wave Star had heard of them. Until now, when they looked up at the black ball, the recent rumors could not help but ring in their minds. They could not help but feel uneasy. Could there be a darkness that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth in this world? Heaven and earth shook. On a huge island, a figure rushed into the sky, heading straight for the darkness. Countless Sea Clan members saw this scene, and their uneasy mood immediately calmed down. It's Master Aoi. Yes, we have Master Aoi. Why should we be afraid of that black ball? If it dares to come, Master Aoi will definitely teach it a lesson. It's really courting death. Does it think that our Wild Wave star is the same as the Yellow Spring Star? The Sea Clan members cried out in alarm. Aoi's name turned into a wave, almost covering the heavens and earth. Aoi, the Lord of Wild Wave Star, was regarded as a savior by all the Sea Clan members. It seemed that as long as he made a move, the black ball falling towards Wild Wave Star would immediately turn into ashes. The will of billions of creatures seemed to materialize, allowing Aoi to receive the will of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he could really be called an invincible existence. However, no one noticed that Aoi's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he had the will of the heavens and earth and the will of billions of creatures converging, he inexplicably felt a chill in his body, and the thought of turning around and running away surged in his mind. But others could run. But as the Lord of the Star, where could he run to? Looking up at the black ball, his heart was filled with disgust and fear. These emotions were not his own, but the will of the heavens and earth of Wild Wave Star. It was the feeling that the star's origin gave him back. It was this feeling that made him panic. Like a mouse encountering a cat, a rabbit encountering a falcon. It was like encountering a natural enemy. He stood in place, not even having the courage to fly up a little. He could only wait for the arrival of the black ball, his mind constantly thinking about how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Chapter 30, 183. What the hell is this? When the darkness fell from the sky, Aoi's face changed greatly. It was a huge black sphere with a diameter of almost 100 kilometers, with a giant mouth with fangs in the middle. Cracking sounds reached his ears, making his hair stand on end and his whole body turn cold. Even as a Star Lord, he didn't have the courage to face such a monster. The monstrous pressure from the sky made his chest feel stuffy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Who is blocking the way? Do you want to die? A voice suddenly sounded. Aoi was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was a person standing on top of the black sphere. It was a young man who stood quietly on the back of the black sphere monster, looking down at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant. Gently swallowing his saliva, Aoi cupped his fists and said loudly, "Wild Wave Star's Lord, Aoi greets Master." "Oh." Yonkai raised his brow. "Are you this star's lord?" "Yes." "Good. This young master wants to swallow your Wild Wave Star. If you cooperate with me, the benefits will be great. If he could get the cooperation of a Star Lord, it would be easier to swallow this monster." The corner of Aoi's eyes twitched, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. This person had come with ill intentions, but now he said he wanted to swallow Wild Wave Star and wanted him to cooperate? Aoi was a little angry, but he didn't dare to show it, suppressing his anger and asking, "I wonder how my Wild Wave Star has offended your Excellency?" Yonkai impatiently said, "There is no such thing as offending or not offending. It's just a coincidence that I came here." Coincidentally, Aoi had never thought that this earth-shaking catastrophe was just a coincidence. He shook his body and said in a clear voice, "The heavens are virtuous. Billions of creatures in the Wild Wave Star have been living here for generations. If your Excellency wants to swallow the star, what will happen to those billions of creatures? People of our generation compete with each other. Life and death are predestined. What does it have to do with those innocent people? If you really want to destroy Wild Wave Star, your Excellency will be plagued with karma, which will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Please reconsider." He sincerely dissuaded Yonkai, his sincerity evident in his words. Yang Kai leaned forward with one hand on his thigh and grinned. What do you want? Although he didn't release any aura, Ao Wei couldn't help but change his expression. He suddenly felt as if an ancient giant beast was opening its mouth at him, as if it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Fortunately, he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master after all. At this moment, he also had the invisible luck of heaven and earth on his body. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really turn around and run away. He then cupped his fists and shouted, "Please think twice." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I've thought it over." "Master, you mean?" Ao Wei looked at him eagerly. "I've made up my mind. Get out of my way." If devouring a cultivation star really led to the loss of hundreds of millions of lives, Yang Kai would definitely not have the heart to do so. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. Even though his cultivation was high, he had not reached the point where he could casually kill all living things as if they were ants. The small sealed world would certainly destroy a cultivation star, but it wouldn't harm any of its inhabitants. It would simply force them to move to a new place to live. Moreover, Yang Kai was confident that he could make the small sealed world even better than a cultivation star. In other words, what he was doing now would not only not bring any harm to the hundreds of millions of inhabitants, it would also bring infinite benefits in the long run. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much about it. Ao Wei's expression changed, but he refused to back down. As a Star Master, he had no room to back down. His figure flickered as his peak Origin King Realm aura filled the air. At the same time, scales began to appear on his face along with traces of a monster beast. From his appearance, it was obvious he was not human. Even though he knew he was no match for Yang Kai, once he attacked, he would not have a good end. Ao Wei still stood in front of him and shouted coldly, "If Master insists on doing so, then step over this Ao's corpse." His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the world will, it spread across the entire cultivation star. The hundreds of millions of inhabitants on Wild Wave Star were moved, feeling that Wild Wave Star had such a responsible Star Master. Imperceptibly, Ao Wei's momentum rose to a new height, as if he had obtained great benefits with just a few words. But this still did not make him feel the slightest sense of security. "Oh, you're a flood dragon?" Yang Kai looked at the scales on his face and the traces of beast transformation on his body and smelled a familiar aura in the air. Ao Wei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, it was not a secret. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know a flood dragon, but you're too weak." Even though Ao Wei had always been polite and humble, and his attitude had always been humble, he was still greatly unconvinced after hearing this. He was already standing at the peak of the Origin King Realm and was the Star Master of Wild Wave Star. Almost no one in the entire territory of Great Desolate Star was his opponent. Yet his cultivation was actually being evaluated as too weak. The anger in his heart washed away the fear in his heart as he grit his teeth and said, "Is that so? Then this Ao would like to see Master's means." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "You won't believe me if I tell you. That guy can probably last a few moves against me. But as for you," Ao Wei shouted angrily, "then this Ao would like to see how many moves Master can defeat me." Saying so, he rushed towards Yang Kai. A faint dragon roar rang out, but it was not so pure. Although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, it was very thin after all, so how could they compare to a true dragon? However, with the support of the entire Wild Wave Star, Ao Wei's momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the sky changed color and the clouds surged. The Star Master's attack was extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't seem to be on guard, nor did he take any stance, just staring blankly at Ao Wei, who was rushing towards him. "This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put me in his eyes. I must teach him a lesson." Yang Kai's attitude undoubtedly angered Ao Wei completely, and he no longer held back, going all out. An invisible force suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. Ao Wei's figure suddenly froze as his eyes bulged. revealing a look of extreme shock. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant dragon hovering in the air, its huge head overlooking him, his strength rapidly collapsing, unable to condense it all, and even unable to breathe. Then the dragon head rushed over, opened its big mouth, and swallowed him. Ao Wei screamed as his clothes were soaked in sweat. At his level of cultivation, he was rarely frightened by anything. Just now, when Yang Kai came with a rolling dragon, he could directly question it and even fight back, but facing a giant dragon, he didn't even have the courage to look at it. This was the suppression of bloodline. When he came back to his senses, there was no dragon in front of him, only a young man with a hateful face looking at him with a smile. Was it an illusion? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Yang Kai had already raised his hand and said, "Come in." The rolling dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one bite. My life is over. A thought flashed through Ao Wei's mind. He closed his eyes and poked his neck, but after waiting for a while, there was no pain. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately surprised. He had actually appeared in another world. This world looked rather messy, and there were millions of pieces of earth and stones scattered all around. As far as the eye could see, this was the only scene in his field of vision. After feeling it a little, he was surprised again because the world energy here was extremely rich, several grades better than that of Wild Wave Star. Only the world's principles seemed to be somewhat broken, making the circulation of power in his body somewhat sluggish. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I swallowed by the giant black beast? How did I end up here? There was a shiny object nearby that attracted his attention. It was pressed under a huge rock. He walked over and lifted the huge rock. Immediately, a horizontal board came into view. Netherworld Sect. Ao Wei's eyes narrowed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Isn't this the plaque of Netherworld Sect? Although he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master, he had been to Netherworld Star and entered Netherworld Sect a few years ago. This plaque was erected in front of Netherworld Sect. He believed that he was not mistaken, and that weather-beaten feeling was not fake. This was definitely the plaque of Netherworld Sect, so how could it appear here? Thinking of the rumors on Wild Wave Star during this period, an extremely bold conjecture emerged in his heart. His ears twitched, and some voices entered his ears. Ao Wei flew up and looked into the distance, seeing a group of people coming over. He immediately flew over and exchanged a few words with these people, and his face became even more shocked. These people were actually the residents of Netherworld Sect. Master Ao Wei was defeated. Master Ao Wei was swallowed in one gulp. Doomsday is coming. Doomsday is coming. On Wild Wave Star, countless pairs of eyes saw Ao Wei being swallowed by the giant black beast without even the strength to resist. This visual impact made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had never thought that Ao Wei, a Star Master, would be so easily defeated. They had hoped that Ao Wei would save them from the fire and water, but now that hope had immediately turned into deep despair. When Yang Kai drove the Rolling Star toward Wild Wave Star, no one dared to stop him. The Rolling Star's mouth opened and closed, swallowing large and small islands one after another, and even the boundless seawater was swallowed into its stomach. Crying for their parents and running for their lives, countless people were cursing and swearing. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and sat cross-legged on the back of the Rolling Star, gnawing in a direction along the entire Wild Wave Star. A group of ignorant people. This young master wants to take you to paradise, but you don't appreciate it. You guys are unlucky to run away. Suddenly his heart moved. What was the difference between him and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? The Great Emperor's Wukong in the past. Wukong wreaked havoc in the territory of the Chaotic Star and also destroyed countless stars. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, and was besieged by the emperors. No, Wukong was Wukong, and he was himself. His way of doing things was very different. on the stars of Wukong's destruction. All living creatures were wiped out, but he only sent those creatures to another world and didn't do anything to them. Instead, many years later, they would probably be grateful to him. Order was re-established in chaos, and only by experiencing destruction could it be reborn. Chapter 30, 184. At the border of the territory of the great, desolate star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best, but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hung Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the great, desolate star to devour the Hung Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Hung Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the great, desolate star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now, with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the great, desolate star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star. They disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the great, desolate star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year. What about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, if there were no more cultivation stars in the entire great, desolate star territory? What was the point of the existence of the great, desolate star territory? He, the owner of the great, desolate star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the great, desolate star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite, great, desolate star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing, of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge, pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then, it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the great, desolate star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Hung. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing. Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the yellow spring star, a big mouth appeared. Now, a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Yang Kai did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Yang Kai knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Yang Kai flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Yang Kai was stunned, because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Yang Kai. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete, but not so harmonious. However, at this moment, the whole world was soft, without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real, small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world, the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Yang Kai looked around carefully for a while, and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the Rolling Stone. Since Yang Kai was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who was the master here. With a thought from Yang Kai-sin, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him. On a new island. Ao Wei looked at the face in the sky, and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Yang Kai. After all, when he drove the Rolling Stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Yang Kai pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. A higher level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the Origin Kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect Master Yin Lusheng had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now, there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai! Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hung Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hung Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared, and on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wu Hung appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it, and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Hung. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Hung to make a move now. If Wu Hung had been so decisive in the beginning, when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Voila! A vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. "You can do this." Wu Hung was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai, because every second he delayed here, the Hung Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai and then return to continue the confrontation with the Hung Luo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Hung came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack! The big mouth closed, and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Hung appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation, just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. "This is your home. Why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat." Wu Hung suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Hung stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire great, desolate star territory. Although Wu Hung was the master of the great, desolate star territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a star field with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yan Kai's figure suddenly froze, and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast. Yan Kai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast's back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved? What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Heng did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow in the mysterious small world, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire mysterious small world. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the mysterious small world to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the mysterious small world, as if it had been cut open. World force was something that could only be resisted by world force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng, wanting to destroy the mysterious small world with this attack, was naturally wishful thinking. The mysterious small world was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack, and judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Yan Kai picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly. "Such a soft attack! Are you trying to tickle me?" "Shut up!" Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Yan Kai allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder. "We are both masters of the star territory. This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized." "Impudent!" Yan Kai sneered. "I am impudent. If you have the guts, come and hit me." Even though he knew that Yan Kai was trying to provoke him, Wu Heng could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Yan Kai's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the Rolling Beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it. It was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down and was once again swallowed by the Rolling Beast. Suddenly, 2 more wounds opened on its back. The Rolling Beast suddenly became excited, and without Yan Kai's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the Rolling Beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Kai couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Hung was the master of the star territory, and in this great, desolate star territory, he could exert godlike power. Kai had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him, but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Hung condensed from the star territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. Two figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the star territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Hung thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate star territory would be swallowed up by the star field, and the shrinking of the star field would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Hung still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Kai, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Kai also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Heng's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The two enemies had different concerns, but at this moment they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the great desolate star territory. Wu Heng was in a hurry to go back to contain the Hung Luo star fields devouring and drive away the robber Kai. Kai was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Hung was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped, he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon, both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the 2 big stars. Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Hung Luo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the great desolate star, this place was considered the intersection of the 2-star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Hung, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Hung and rushed back to the Hung Luo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Hung was not happy but shocked. His heart sank, and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Yang Kai's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. "You are really the master of the star territory," Wu Hung exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Yang Kai back. Previously, he considered that Yang Kai was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Hung Luo star field without any worries. But now, it seemed that this was a very bad move. Yang Kai was really the master of the Hung Luo star field. However, Wu Hung couldn't figure it out. Since he was the master of the Hung Luo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the great, desolate star. Could it be that there were two masters of the Hung Luo star field? But this was impossible. There was only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by two people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. Doppelganger! Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the great desolate star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts had practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing this secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Hung Luo star field. The darkness was like waves spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Hung retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist, and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the great desolate star had lost a large area of the star field these days, and the Hung Luo star field's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Hung was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it. Absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed, and he retreated 1,000,000 miles. In the darkness, Yang Kai's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run? Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the great desolate star." He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Hung had the idea of devouring the Hung Luo star field. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the great desolate star and combine the two star territories into one. By then he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from the space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars, as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From 1,000,000 miles away, Yang Kai saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please!" Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was startled because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart, combined with what Wu Heng shouted before and what he saw in front of him. Yang Kai keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a big foot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Yang Kai stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as jade, so handsome that it made Yang Kai feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning, as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Yang Kai didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch, and this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm. He's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yuyang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only SOSO. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors. But Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. "Master." Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, "Wu Heng." "Yes." Chapter 30, 187. "How dare you?" The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. "Master, please forgive me." Wu Heng lowered his head even more. "Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here." The man with the feathered crown said, "You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle?" Wu Heng raised his hand. "Master, please look over there." The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Yang Kai's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash, he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Yong-kai was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Hung said sorrowfully, "Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the great desolate star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me." The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Yong-kai became sharper, as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Yong-kai's heart. Instantly, Yong-kai had a feeling of being stabbed in his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Yong-kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Yong-kai felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feather crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the great desolate star, not to mention using the power of the territory of the great desolate star. The master of the Grand Desolation Star Domain was Wu Hung, but what Wu Hung couldn't do, he could easily do. Now, it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Hung. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Hung. Now, he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How could he solve this matter? Yong-kai didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Hung was. But from the fact that Wu Hung summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Hung Luo star field with one slash, Wu Hang's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that it was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Hung carefully observed his expression and said, "Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant, and rude. He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the great desolate star and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the great desolate star, causing countless lives to be lost. Please punish him severely, master." The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Hang's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Yong-kai return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, he would be forced to stop Yong-kai from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the great desolate star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. "Go back." The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Yong-kai's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul-warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown. But why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly, everything became clear. After calming down, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of star field in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. "You're asking me?" The man with the feathered crown stared at Yang Kai indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. "Yes," Yang Kai frowned. "Master, please enlighten me." "You don't deserve to know." The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, but Yang Kai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Hung had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Yang Kai returned to his Hung Luo star field, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Yang Kai angry. Yang Kai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Yang Kai's heart. He communicated with the Hung Luo star field and urged the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong a loud noise was heard, and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. He thought it would be enough to repel Yang Kai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Hung was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Yang Kai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Hung was happy that Yang Kai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Yang Kai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time. But in the end, it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression, he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Hung almost laughed out loud. This Brett really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the Great Desolate Star and becoming the master of the Great Desolate Star territory. This aura. The man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned, his eyes searching the boundless darkness. "What kind of secret art do you practice?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire Great Desolate Star's territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art and didn't cultivate it himself, this secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well, regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil. Just using the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yonkai naturally wouldn't follow his words, and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yonkai's whole body shook, and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hung Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars, and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword Qi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yonkai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up, and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead, he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 3188. From the moment the feathered crown man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of Rolling Stone arouse his interest. Yonkai clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling Stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will, and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead. But after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large, and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Yonkai had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on great, desolate stars territory, he had considered a problem, whether the existence of Rolling Stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hung Luo star field for him. He was the master of Hung Luo star field and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hung Luo star field. And to some extent, the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered crown man, Yonkai immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hung Luo star field and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of a mysterious small world was far greater than that of a star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered crown man show such an expression? Yonkai stepped in front of the feathered crown man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry, but soon the anger in his eyes disappeared and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Yonkai naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hung Luo star field, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of Rolling Stone at a glance, but it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Yonkai frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force." What do you want to exchange with me? Not bad. The man with the feathered crown nodded. "This small world is of great use to me. Name your price. Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it." Yong-kai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's also very useful to me." Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling, how could Yong-kai exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Yong-kai would not exchange it with this feathered crown man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Yong-kai's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Yong-kai would have said, "Don't bully a poor youth." But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. "Boy, you should have some self-awareness," the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Yong-kai as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Yong-kai's things. "If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring stars' territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content, and even hand over the star's source to you." With just a few words, the fate of the great, desolate star's territory was decided. Yong-kai wondered what Wu Hung would think if he heard this. Yong-kai shook his head, no. The man with the feathered crest said, "Within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm." Yong-kai stared at him. "What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force?" Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yong-kai had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors. So how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a Third Order Emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yong-kai grinned. "I won't accept a toast or a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yong-kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yong-kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now, in this Hung Luo star field, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yong-kai's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yong-kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yong-kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed. "You court death!" If Yong-kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so. Otherwise, Others would be able to use his weakness against him, and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yan Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yan Kai instantly became vigilant, as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yan Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm, "How is this possible?" This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hung Luo star field. It had to be known that Yan Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hung Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yan Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yan Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. "You actually dare to attack me?" The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yan Kai with a mocking expression. This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me? Star Court. Yan Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own. But if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yan Kai wanted to return to the Hung Luo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yan Kai where the Star Court was. Yan Kai was able to return to the Hung Luo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hung Luo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the star territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the star territory of the lower star territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the star territory. Yan Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. "Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court." The feathered man observed Yan Kai carefully before nodding. "So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Hung was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a 3-layer Emperor Realm lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction, but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Yang Kai and the other Star Territory masters. Otherwise, Wu Heng, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hung Luo Star Field. So naturally, he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world, and this king may spare your life. Yang Kai resolutely shouted, "Wishful thinking! Boy, you court death." A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword, its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Yang Kai's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Asterisk schwa, asterisk with a flash of light, the sword froze in place. Yang Kai put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off and turned to dust by the invisible sword chi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Heng would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow. But this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Heng, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it, and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air and slashed towards the feathered crown man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, a trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant, his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered crown man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects, but the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering / secret technique imparted to him by Tianyan, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat! The feathered crown man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush. But who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Kong. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered crown man's eyes, and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered crown man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered crown man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword chi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword chi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand, and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. This is... The feathered crown man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his 5 senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time, great emperors, withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time, great emperors, shuttling seal. The feathered crown man's expression changed slightly for the first time, and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time, great emperors, great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination, and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yang Kai's palm pressed down, and the flowing time, great emperors, withering glory, completely enveloped him. Yang Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away the feathered crown man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered crown man carefully sized up Yang Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, compared to the great emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered crown man stared at Yang Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time great emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered crown man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered crown man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yang Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered crown man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it. This king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yon Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered crown man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yon Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come!" Although his long sword had been left behind by Yon Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yon Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yon Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yon Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yon Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk, pung pung pung, asterisk bloody, holes appeared on Yon Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yon Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered crown man watched this scene and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree. Overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yon Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered crown man was startled, thinking that Yon Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up he saw nothing. Yon Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered crown man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come!" In an instant, Yon Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you." Kai Yong roared. His voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. "You." The feathered crown man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yon Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. "You die here." The feathered crown man no longer paid any attention to his long sword, now that it had been swallowed by Rolling Stone. Even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 30:190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yon Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down, and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yon Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yon Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast. On the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory. But this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Yon Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy, seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead. He felt as if he had been struck by a body-lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Yan Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Yan Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath. But this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top-secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Yan Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Yan Kai's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Yan Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. So you're not completely unsuppressed. He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Yan Kai's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hung Luo Star Field had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy. He wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor, there is nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, an object appeared in Yan Kai's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Yan Kai grabbed the bell by its ear as if he was holding a brick and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Yan Kai said, without the sword, he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Yan Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Yan Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction. But unexpectedly, Yan Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Yan Kai's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering, mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk, the feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale, although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage. The pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now, someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yan Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, rivers, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuan Ding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Yuan Ding great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the mountains and rivers bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the mountains and rivers bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the mountains and rivers bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Yan Kai who had injured him, but the power of the mountains and rivers bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor Aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the mountains and rivers bell. With this treasure, he would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the mountains and rivers bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world, even though that small world looked extraordinary. Even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the mountains and rivers bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the mountains and rivers bell didn't move. Asterisk kacha! Asterisk, the sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Yan Kai's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. You. The feathered man was shocked. Yan Kai had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine. I'm not dead yet, bastard. Yan Kai suddenly exerted force, and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the mountains and rivers bell. Then Yan Kai turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress!" In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react and was directly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. Yan Kai was not happy but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Yan Kai simply threw out the mountains and rivers bell and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern. But he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Yan Kai's strength and put on a serious attitude. Yang Kai had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world. Just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. Oh, fuck you. Yang Kai responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued. Do you insist on courting death? Yang Kai laughed. Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue, but you're just showing off. The feathered man shook his head slowly, as if he expected better from Yang Kai, but his figure suddenly stopped, and he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation, the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Yang Kai's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them, not to mention Yang Kai's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Yang Kai was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Yang Kai had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured, and I have been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning, so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I will be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 30, 191. The void shattered, and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the 9 heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language, without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race? He shouted loudly, and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Yang Kai was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the star court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire Dragon Island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire Dragon Island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Yang Kai used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponent's. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Yang Kai thought to himself, that was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Brat, answer my question. The feathered crown man shouted sternly. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head. That was a supreme title, although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race. Even the great elder Zhu Yan didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement! The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast. It sounded like a natural goal, a goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk the sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Yang Kai, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Yang Kai's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Yang Kai felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it, because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing the pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Yang Kai's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally, it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Yang Kai's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Yang Kai roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared. "Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you?" He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race, he would still kill him. Not to mention, he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Yang Kai, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything. So he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant cyan palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Yang Kai's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Yang Kai's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Die! A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feathered man's palm that was slamming down on Yang Kai. "Let's stop here." A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe with a golden phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but didn't dare to recognize her, so he stood there in a daze. The giant cyan palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed, and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty cyan light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her, and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Tao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the flower shadow great empress was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Tao, women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he couldn't not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true, after all. This is territory under your jurisdiction." The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted. "He's courting death." Yang Kai was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank, and he sneered. "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it. This king won't lower himself to your level." Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now, he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it. But now that there were witnesses, he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. Hand over this king's star-slashing sword, and today's matter will be dropped. The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Yong-kai. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Yong-kai's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. "Brat, this king is talking to you. Are you deaf?" "What did you say? I can't hear you." Yong-kai tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Hong, and even fought with me, and now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Yong-kai was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Yong-kai coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Yong-kai deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world. So Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Yong-kai was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded. "Good." Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Yong-kai. When their eyes met, Yong-kai seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The star-splitting sword must be returned. Yong-kai frowned. "Can I keep it?" That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hung Luo Starfield, and this time he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Yong-kai had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand. It is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Yong-kai was surprised and said excitedly, "So if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble." The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star-slash-sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." "Understood, understood." Yong-kai nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty, and Yong-kai, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. "If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss. I trust you." How could he not, if you really are her? "All right, I'll go talk to him. Slaughter him." Yang Kai sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Yang Kai feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two-star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Yang Kai looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to the star territory before, so as an emissary it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Yang Kai didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Yang Kai waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give it to me." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was referring to, and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth, and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered crowned man's hand. The feathered crowned man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fists to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name, and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered crowned man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard, you dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Yang Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Yang Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Yang Inflammation? Who is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, Why did you hit me? Be careful, or I'll fall out with you. Yang Inflammation stared at him and said, You can try turning around. Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And, by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year? Yes. No wonder. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Yang Inflammation handed Lin Yin over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yin would not have not seen Yang Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, Since you are in the Star Boundary, why didn't you come to find me? Yang Inflammation asked curiously, Are you my son? Why should I look for you? Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous. Yang Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present. Just now, the grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that, as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction? It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence, just like light and darkness. Yang Inflammation patted her chest and said, Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you are also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen, and this queen will guide you. Yang Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. What did you do to my Yang Inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my Yang Inflammation. The Yang Inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant, her hair was messed up. Yang Inflammation glared at him and said, Take your dog's paw away. Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, Forget it, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name. Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, at least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed, and he said, Can I have that star-slashing sword? Yang Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, wishful thinking, That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master, who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction? Yang Inflammation spread her hands and said, Nothing. I refuse. Yang Kai said resolutely, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master, who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court, is generally deprived of the qualification. Yang Kai clenched his fist and said, You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you? Yang Inflammation squinted at him and said, Do you think you are in a brothel? Bullying your customers. You can be unrestrained if you want. How? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Become great emperors. Yang Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. What did you say? Yang Inflammation stared at him. Nothing. Yang Kai sniffed and said righteously, Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good. Hey, my consciousness is really high. Chapter 30, 193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Yang Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yang Kai would not have been so happy. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely. What do you want to do to this star territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court? What can I do? Yang Inflammation smiled. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this star territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of the star. At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic. I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this star territory? Not really. It's just a coincidence. Although she was in charge of the Hung Luo star field, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time? However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the great desolate star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hung Luo star field. Then, she discovered the existence of Yang Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yang Kai. However, she always felt that Yang Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yang Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yang Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yang Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Yang Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy. He took the star-slashing sword. Isn't this going too easy on him? That guy, his name. She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered crown man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name. When he is on the verge of death, Kai Yang said firmly. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Yang Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on. Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. That's it. Yang Inflammation said with anger, Then what do you want? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're not Yang Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past, he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the great desolate star. Now, it seemed that it was useless. Moreover, the swallowed territory belonged to him. It couldn't be divided. Even if Yang Kai didn't give it back, the man with the feathered hat couldn't do anything to him. This benefit was not a benefit at all. You think you've lost? Yang Inflammation smiled coldly. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. You don't think this is a loss? Wake up, kid. If he reports this when he returns to the Star Court, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than 3 days. Iron Blood will capture you and cut you into pieces. That's not necessary. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Why would he attack me personally? If you were just an ordinary master of the Star Territory, Iron Blood wouldn't care about you. But are you an ordinary master of the Star Territory? What kind of technique are you cultivating? Yang Kai said, The one you taught me, the star refining art. I'm not blind. Yang Inflammation poked her eyes and pointed at the darkness in front of her. Do you think I can't see this familiar feeling? Kid, you're good. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually inherited the mantle of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You've even cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. What heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique? I've never heard of it. You're still trying to trick me. All right, it's the heaven-devouring battle law. Having been seen through by her, Yang Kai simply admitted it. Yang Inflammation's expression changed. It's really the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yang Kai looked at her in shock. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to trick me, woman? Yang Yan, on the other hand, was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe. Her jade white hands clenched into fists as her aura pulsed with murderous intent, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Although he hadn't fought with Yang Inflammation, he had a feeling that Yang Inflammation was stronger than the man with the feather crown. Even if he really turned into a demon in his dragon form, he might not be her opponent. The killing intent came and went quickly. Yang Inflammation's eyes drooped, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow, making it difficult to see her expression. She said painfully, How did you get involved with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? She was different from the man with the feathered crown. The man with the feathered crown only felt that there was something wrong. He felt that the technique was very mysterious, and it shouldn't be something that someone like Yang Kai could grasp and touch. However, Yang Inflammation had participated in the War of the Great Emperors. She had seen the power of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor with her own eyes. She knew the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yuan Ding, Yen Wu, Song Hai, Qing Lian, all the great emperors were famous. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yin pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the great desolate star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hung Luo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, I will destroy your cultivation. Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. You dare! How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? You have to agree, even if you don't want to. Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path. You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me. Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her, and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. Crazy woman. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down. Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down. Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger. Yang Kai was speechless. And listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist. Really? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Then tell me. Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, You said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it. Chapter 30-194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yen listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yen suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yes. Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yen really wanted to destroy it, It would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yanyan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. "How did you think of it?" "It was just a coincidence." Yang Kai laughed. "Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious, and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade?" Yang Inflammation nodded. "It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring great emperor." She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world. So naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Tao source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Tao source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique, No one was able to break through to the emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique. Perhaps there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yan Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yan Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yan Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yan Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yan looked at him. Yan Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yan was stunned, not expecting Yan Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing. Don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring great emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the great desolate star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yan Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So, if Yang Yan really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yan laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yan Kai back then." With a solemn expression, she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of the star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yan pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yan warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yan Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yan Kai couldn't bear right now. "I'll remember." Yan Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something. What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race, mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No. How could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing. It's just that he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang, Yan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that. So, since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm, but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors. But because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yan nodded. Like you? Yang Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3195. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened, and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered crested man was like this, Yang Yan was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now, this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yan smiled. But most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her, many people had reached this point in the flowing time great emperor. But because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long, so naturally there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future?" Yang Yan was stunned. "You're thinking too far ahead." Yang Kai said solemnly, "There will be a day." His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yan. He smiled and said, "You can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age, and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors." Yang Kai shook his head and said that would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there is another way. Yang Yan saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. "What is it?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yan stretched out his hand and clenched it. "Crush a stone in the bottle, and the position will naturally be empty." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing, "That's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future." Yang Yan looked at him with a strange expression. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly." But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Tao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, for great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yan didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yan said, "Well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back." "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yan glanced at him with disgust. "If you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw." Yang Kai said, "Let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look. Elder Yi misses you very much." Yi Shiyun and Yang Yan had a deep relationship. Otherwise, she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yan. "I won't go. You are now the master of Star Territory. There's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that?" "Move the entire star boundary?" Yang Yan was slightly surprised. "Is that not possible?" Yang Yan frowned. "Isn't that a bit too many people?" "Not too many. Just a few tens of thousands. Just a few." Yang Yan looked at him angrily. Only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory. But now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of a star territory and you are the star envoy, I demand the welfare of Hung Luo Starfield." Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hung Luo Starfield's human resources. "Haha, that's your business." Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, He suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now, she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right?" "Of course, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Yanyan slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished." "Understood, understood." Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. "Good, then that's it. I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of master of a star territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this star territory position." Yang Yanyan looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered, "Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude." Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, "Farewell, master!" Yang Yanyan showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered, crusted man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yanyan became one with the sword and shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time." The light disappeared, and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is." However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing, and now he was the master of a star territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the Great Emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just, who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yanyan saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the Star Territory source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, "Bastard Wu Hung, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Hung Luo Star field again, don't blame this young master for being impolite." In the star field of the great, desolate star territory, Wu Hung stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his chi and blood rushed to his heart, and he coughed up blood. This time, he had really tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Hung Luo Star field to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end, things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his star field, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party, and he lost several cultivation stars. The star field was swallowed up, and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great, desolate star territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai. But when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Hung felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him, so what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Hung didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Yang Kai was already riding Rolling Thunder back toward Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Yang Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Yang Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him, making Yang Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food, while he returned to High Heaven Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shan Qing Luo, and Shui were gathered together, chatting happily. Yang Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed, and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." Chapter 3196. The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Yang Kai. Xia Ningchang stood up excitedly. "Junior brother!" "HM?" Shan Qing Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xia Ningchang's arm, and pressed her to sit down. Xia Ningchang immediately looked at Yang Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yan and Shui Yu also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xia Ningchang, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Yang Kai's eyes widened. "What's going on?" Lu Yan was sitting next to Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her, and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yan raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Yang Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Yang Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kai Young also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe, and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Yang Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Yang Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Yang Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Yang Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Yang Kai at all. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out. Yang Kai loosened his hand and the little girl's body. Yang Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Yang Kai's back of him. Kai Yang raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shan Qing Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be? Naturally, she's our child." Yang Kai was surprised. "Our child?" He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shan Qing Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. Our family has a child. Yang Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down, or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick. But how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, it didn't make sense for her to be so young. Shan Qing Luo said faintly, "She just turned 5 years old." 5 years old! Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and Yang intertwined, the great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out of a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Shan Qing Luo's smug expression. Even Shui Yu's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xia Ningchang looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Shan Qing Luo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little Senior's sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon Lady Shan Qing Luo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together, and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate." "I know. Ha, you're my little sister?" He was the master of Shadowed Star, and although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, it was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. "I actually have a little sister." Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. "My father is really old, but strong." Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great aunt." "You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be an existence akin to an emperor, let alone being hit. She had never lost a single hair, So today she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm your big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yan didn't move. Shui pretended not to see anything. Shanqing Luo watched with interest, and only Xia Ningchang still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xia Ningchang had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once, when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xia Ningchang curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time, she was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xia Ningchang had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. "At least you know how to judge the situation." Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head a few times. "This is the first thing your big brother taught you: endure. Those who go too far will break easily, do you understand?" The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since you're still not convinced, how about this? If I call out your name, you call me Big Brother. How about it?" The little girl said angrily, "You say it." She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, "Yang Shui." "You? How did you know?" Yang Shui's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. "Just tell me, am I right?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Shui put down her hands and said dejectedly, "Yes." Yang Kai said, "Then what are you going to do?" Yang Shui pouted, turned her head to the side, and said unwillingly, "Big Brother." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise." "Oh." Yang Shui looked thoughtful. "Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days." While speaking, he winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Shui's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Shui took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Shui looked back a few times. They looked like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Shui was only 5 years old, and Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together, they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned. "Who just said that she gave birth to little Shui? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Su Yan got up and was about to leave. "I remember, I also have something to do," Shui Yu said with a flustered expression. Xia Ningchang's cheeks flushed red, and she said softly, "My Dan." Only Shanqing Luo did not move, and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. Chapter 30, 197. "You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze." Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word, he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. "You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you?" "Bah!" Shanqing Luo spat. "So what if I was?" Yang Kai nodded. "Very good. It seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today." "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Shanqing Luo snorted. "You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not." As he spoke, he walked over to Shuiyu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shuiyu's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. "Do you still remember the promise from that year?" Shuiyu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. "What promise from that year?" Yang Kai smiled. "You said it. As long as I can restore Ning Chang to her original state, you—" "Don't say it! Don't say it!" Shuiyu was anxious. That day she was also worried about Xia Ning Chang, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai, who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned. "What promise?" Xia Ning Chang asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, "Shuiyu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you." He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. "Ah." Xia Ning Chang was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, "How? How can you do this?" Shan Qing Luo glanced sideways at Shuiyu and clicked her tongue in amazement. "I didn't expect little sister you to be so bold, but it's a good idea." Shan Qing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. "You also think it's a good idea?" Yang Kai turned to look at Shan Qing Luo's eyes. "Naturally." Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and Shan Qing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shuiyu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear, "Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister you, how do you think I should punish you?" Shuiyu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out, "Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant?" I don't agree." A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree." Yang Kai laughed. "It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Shuiyu here." Saying so, he hugged Xia Ning Chang in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shan Qing Luo reached out and grabbed Shuiyu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xia Ning Chang closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shuiyu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. "Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood." "Luo, take care of her." Yang Kai pointed. "You'll definitely be satisfied." Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult. So how could she resist? Being stared at by Shan Qing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt inside the room. Soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suju, but fortunately, with little Shuiyu accompanying them, the two old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Star Field that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Star Field that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xia Ningqiang and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heavens sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Xian, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Xian obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice, not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would only reach the Origin King realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Yang Kai wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low once they went to High Heaven Palace. As long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of great, desolate stars territory had brought disaster to Hung Luo Star Field, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time, all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai brought Su Yan to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, he obtained huge benefits by relying on his star master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yan and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become star masters before leaving. Xia Ningqiang was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble. But Su Yan, Shan Qingluo, and Shuiyu had not refined star sources yet. Although Yang Kai had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the shattered star sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the 3 women to refine. Shan Qingluo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Shuiyu was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yan, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yan was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Yang Kai chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow white, and looking at it from the void, it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Yang Kai had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, it had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures. Ice spirits. The Ice Spirit clan was extremely rare and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning, the Ice Spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit, they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt, their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintain the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament, and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value, not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on the star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. Chapter 30, 198. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well-deserved. When Yongkai and Su Yan arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth, and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Yongkai and Su Yan, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold, and not many people could stay here for long, but Yongkai's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Su Yan, on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy, as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, she clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art and had obtained the Ice Phoenix source inheritance. So this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Yongkai summoned his embodiment and asked it to lead the way while he led Su Yan all the way down into the earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star source. The Stone Mongoose clan's earth attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Yongkai to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the origin king realm could come here to explore. However, The most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order origin king. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly, as if it had a mind of its own. Essence. Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake? Su Yan was startled. It's fake, Yang Kai said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star, but a trap. With a snap, Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Su Yan's attention had been completely focused on the essence, and she had not noticed them before. These, Su Yan frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Su Yan looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Yang Kai said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully, without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died, they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Su Yan immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Su Yan's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yang Kai shook his head. Then where is it? Su Yan asked. Yang Kai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, "Over here." At that moment, he clearly felt that there was a will spying on them. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yang Kai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move. But Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the Tongxian Realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Tongxian Realm's world energy was exhausted and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Tongxian Realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xianing Chang and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Tongxian Realm. In Tongxian Realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Su Yan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Su Yan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Jan Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky, and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped, and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of a star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of a star. The will seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Jan Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Jan Kai and Su Yan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Su Yan was stunned. Jan Kai laughed and said, "Master seems to be very hospitable, let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Su Yan's hand, Jan Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew towards the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Guests have come to visit. Prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled, and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans. But if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome, while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure ice spirit clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice, just now, was a supreme existence in the ice spirit clan. She was the foundation of the ice spirit clan's birth, the ice god. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the ice god actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since when did the ice spirit clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the ice god who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure, not only physically, but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the ice god's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move, and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realms seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Jan Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Jan Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Jan Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit Clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the Ice God?" Jan Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." "Ice God, Yan Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star it was indeed a god. Chapter 30, 199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male Ice Spirit looked at Yan Kai seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Su Yen. "She is." "We came together." Yan Kai smiled slightly. "You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here." The male Ice Spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Yan Kai's eyes twitched. Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave. He was now the master of the star territory, and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction. Yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male Ice Spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yen patted Yan Kai's hand before looking at the male Ice Spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male Ice Spirit nodded, but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yen. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yen took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. "Good." Su Yen opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yan Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain: the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yen raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed their expressions gradually changed, especially the male Ice Spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yen. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough!" Su Yen put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male Ice Spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Su Yen glanced over at Yan Kai and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female Ice Spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm, cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Su Yen pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth, along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female Ice Spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Su Yen just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Yan Kai stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the star territory, since he had brought Su Yen here to refine the ice soul source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the ice soul source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the ice soul source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Ice Spirit, the ice soul source, probably wouldn't expect that Su Yen was a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, so the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male Ice Spirit's ice bag and said, "Let me try it too." The male Ice Spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No." Su Yen had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. "Stingy." Yan Kai curled his lips. The male Ice Spirit said, You'll die if you drink it." Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it. You'll really die." The male ice spirit said seriously, "Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you." "Enough nonsense, give it to me." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Su Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yang Kai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yang Kai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed. "Refreshing!" He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Su Yan just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine. But Yang Kai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly, he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Bring out whatever delicious food you have." The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag, and after a long time waved his hand. A moment later, on the platform, an ice table was set up. Yang Kai sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before, as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yang Kai was a little tipsy, and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Su Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor chi, and immediately sobering up. "How is it?" Asterisk with a flash of cold light, Su Yan pulled out her sword. "It's done." "Profound Frost Divine Sword?" Yang Kai raised his brow. This profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Su Yan from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yin. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Tao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yang Kai had been thinking about asking Hoyu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Su Yan did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Tao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small words, "Ice Soul." Yang Kai asked curiously. Did you refine it into an artifact spirit? Su Yen shook her head. It chose itself. Inside the ice palace, Su Yen and the ice soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the ice soul's approval, Su Yen took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire ice soul star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Yang Kai could not say whether Su Yan's decision was good or bad. But one thing was certain. Su Yan had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. What's wrong with them? Su Yan asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Yang Kai burped. I ate and drank a little of their stuff. They're so stingy. Su Yan swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling. You ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha, it seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Yang Kai patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation. Even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the Profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Yang Kai's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire, and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around, and her cold voice resounded through the world. I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yang Kai and said, Before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yan, so naturally he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Chapter 30, 200. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered, as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with 2 horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden, the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead, so the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on, though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Kong, an invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander, equivalent to a Tao, source realm cultivator. But this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second order or third order Emperor realm master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to Star Territory for more than 10 years, Yang Kai had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of Star Territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, the shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, he had already accumulated a lot of First Order Emperor realm strength. So as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second Order Emperor realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Su Yen, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void, and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the star field master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hung Luo star field had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hung Luo star field and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hung Luo star field wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from Star Territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The Starlight Corridor he opened up with great effort, only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Is this the ancient wildlands?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Yang Kai's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated. "Yes." He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wildlands? Humans are really stupid. "Very good." Yang Kai grinned. "Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you?" The monster commander was stunned. "You know the Saint Master?" "Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you?" Yang Kai raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Yang Kai attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. "You know our king?" because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the flying eagle by his name, they must know each other. The flying eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah. The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dog master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. You! He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Sure even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Tianxing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Yang Kai's features. Now that Yang Kai had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh, right, the double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Yang." "You recognize me?" Yang Kai asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? "I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years." The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the Blood Door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tianxing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yang Kai was the key. If not for this, how could the 3 masters Shilei, Ing Fei, and Xiao Wei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 monster king in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 monster kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerable's strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 monster kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 monster kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." Yes. The double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Luanfeng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." "Debt? What debt?" The double-horned monster commander was confused. "Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go." Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. "Oh." The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, Wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him. So he immediately set off for Luanfeng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. Chapter 3201. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times those powerful experts liked to subdue one or two wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time great emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Yang Kai, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Yang Kai grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race, people who lived in the ancient lands, had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Yang Kai's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Yang Kai vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai walked up to him, put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Elder." Then he looked at the half-foot-tall female with spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief." "Distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief, Muna, plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Yang Kai looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiao Xiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Mu Na would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity. Then, I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment, some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky, and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from Stone 1 to Stone 8, but Yang Kai couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone who was Xiao Xiao, but he had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now, Yang Kai had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiao Xiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yang Kai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yang Kai drunk. Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night, he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you." "I'll go now. Thank you." Yang Kai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yang Kai thought to himself, the wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs. They themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, They lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yang Kai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another tree house. After saluting, he sat down. Yang Kai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how Ninth Stone is doing now." Yang Kai smiled, with Ruashi looking after him. "Elder doesn't need to worry too much." Inside the blood door was the Heavenly Palace. Inside the Heavenly Palace were countless Holy Spirit essences that were obtained by Tianxing in the past. Xiao Xiao went in with Ruashi to inherit Tai Yu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Tai Yu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, Holy Spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between Holy Spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Cheongqi, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Tai Yu's ranking among the Holy Spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Qilin and Cheongqi. Therefore, Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what Xiao Xiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something. What is it?" "It's like this. I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." Connecting to the Northern Territory. The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Mu Na flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my Wood Spirit clan and the Stone Mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future." I cannot agree. Whether it was the Stone Mongoose or the Wood Spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Yang Kai solemnly said, "Patriarch, don't worry, I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array." The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Yang Kai wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. How can you guarantee this? Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yang Kai said, "Since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them. There is no need to hold back." Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. "If you can guarantee this, then it's fine." "Many thanks, elder." Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. "Where do you want to arrange the space array?" "Xiao Xiao's treehouse." Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. "That's fine. If you need any help, just let me know." "Good, then, I'll be going now." Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. "Come find me when you're done. I have something to say to you," Muna suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 saint sovereigns of the savage wildland, the West Saint sovereign Sango. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luan Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Sit down. You're making me dizzy." Sango stopped and looked at Luan Feng with grief and indignation. "Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again?" Luan Feng said weakly, "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace! Yes, High Heaven Palace." Sango clapped his hands. "I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory?" Sango had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage, wild, ancient land as his backyard. Luan Feng said indifferently, "He said that he's here to settle accounts with me." "Settle accounts? What accounts?" Sango stared at her. Luan Feng lowered her eyes. "Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense." Sango looked at her suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from us?" Luan Feng said, "What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right?" Sango sneered. "I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here—" Sango couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified Saint Masters of the ancient wild lands, but now they had to guard against a mere first-order Emperor Realm Master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tianxing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the Blood Gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Tianxing. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 Monster King still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shilei, and Xiaowei to work for Yangkai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The 3 holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Tianxing, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the 3 holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luan Feng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yangkai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the 3 holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates, and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luan Feng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good. The Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luan Feng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand, and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luan Feng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland, and the other 2 Saint Seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs. They aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him. Or... The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Shihua was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Shihua's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here! The Luan Feng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the 2. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luan Feng, he asked, He's here again? The Luan Feng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. My fate! He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage, wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponent's. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland. But his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage, wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Luan Feng shook her head. I don't know, I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage, wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luan Feng frowned. The Luan Feng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that Guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good. That's good. Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Tsang Gu looked at the Luan Feng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luan Feng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fanka said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fanka shouted at the same time, "The stone mongoose!" It wasn't hard to guess where Jan Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the three Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the three Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luanfeng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Jan Kai, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Jan Kai looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of Star Territory, using the entire Star Territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Jan Kai didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Jan Kai didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 3203. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Luanfeng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Sango suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luanfeng turned to look at him. Sango frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just, be careful." His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted while pointing behind Luanfeng. Luanfeng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Luanfeng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange, vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again, using the void as a medium. It struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the 3 Saint Venerates. The 3 of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The 3 Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the 3 of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The 3 of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the 3 of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Songdog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Yonkai had just appeared in the savage, wildland ancient land yesterday, and today someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Songdog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Shihua. Where is he? Luan Feng was annoyed, and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Luan Feng couldn't understand why Yonkai had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word, his face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting, "Open!" Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good. This place is about to collapse. He had the Heavenly Eye Divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his Heavenly Eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, it was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Songdog and Luan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a wall of sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The azure dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall and followed closely behind the Luan Feng. Fan Hua relied on the Heavenly Eye Divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the 3 of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Luan Feng and Songdog transformed back into their human forms. Looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down, and the black holes slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. "What's going on?" Songdog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. A show of strength? Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tianxing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, what was a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances. So being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Songdog said angrily, "Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique." Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke, he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized. In other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tianxing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that, even without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's. But a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Greetings. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you." The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite. We also came uninvited." Songdog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor Realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Songdog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Songdog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together, he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. Saint Master is too polite. Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. "This time we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right." Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic. And didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Mu Na clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the Wood Spirit Clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Chapter 3204. Fan Ku had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ku asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for?" "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by, huh?" Fan Hu chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hung Luo Star field by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hu's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hu allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? "Does Brother Fan have something to say?" Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Lan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hu firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with him sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other 2 Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their monster king subordinates, but He also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The three saint sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yan Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table and gently pushing them in front of Yan Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yan Kai looked at the space rings, then at the three saint sovereigns, blinking and asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, "Little Brother Yang's high heaven palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The three of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that Little Brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the three of us to your noble sect." What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the two-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. Two of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him, he would rather avoid him. In that case, it could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng. It had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Tsang Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just one, but 3 people had come together. How strange! In this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in this space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion, and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The 3rd space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first 3 were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time, Fan Ku and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Tianxing awakened their bloodline, causing the 3 Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time, they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked, they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals, which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation. There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xia Ningchang in Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heavens spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Huaqing Sea, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established, in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me, Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the 3 Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fan Ku laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang. You can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Sango also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little Brother Yang, don't refuse. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case, Yang Kai smiled like a flower, but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, Then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha 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 ha. Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out, Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think? Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly, and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luan Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Song Go also raised their eyebrows. PFFF. Mu Na, who had been sitting on the elder shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Yang Kai had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with.